This is the Ericade Radio Network. We're now going live from a remote location.
Hello, welcome back. This is the Ericade Radio Network, and we have 3 DJs at the moment. It's me, DJ Daemon, it's Curious, and we have the Baron of Dubstep.
Hello.
Hello.
We're back on location for our second day. We made it. We survived. We're here on location. Pågadata 2024 is the name of the game in Örtofta, Sweden. And we have with us Baron of Dubstep on the line for a whole slew of content coming soon. How are you doing, Baron?
I'm doing just fine. It's a rather interesting day. Temperatures going up and down, and it's generally pleasant.
Yeah.
How about you guys? How is it in Påga?
It's great, actually. We're waiting for the demo compos and stuff. I don't know when they're coming up here, but possibly over the coming hours.
Yeah, the weather yesterday was pouring, but today it's very pleasant. We're on location here. Is a lot of people just hacking away on their hardware, creating content. And speaking of content, we have a lot of it coming soon. So why don't we just fire away our first song, DJ Daemon? What is it?
It is, what is it? It's Amiga Never Dies with Allister Brimble.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Nils 505 Feske Hardsync Oil Is it?
No, it's 01 and tilde.
Okay. It's weird. But anyway, here we are. And you got something for me, right?
Well, yeah. So I have brought a surprise with me for you, DJ Daemon. So if you recall, last year you got us some merch from Edison.
Yeah.
And I never got back to you on that. So I was visiting Legoland this vacation. I thought, I should use this opportunity to bring Ericade or DJ Daemon a really special thing. And if you shake it to the microphone, you can hear that there's something there and
rattling. So I hope it hasn't broken or something.
Yeah, exactly. And,
should I open it now, then?
Yes, you should.
Oh, this is
so
nice.
We have also Baron of Dubstep. He's here with us on call, and he can see the stream that we are playing. So hopefully you can show it to the camera for him soon. But
I'm trying to open it. This is so fantastic.
So describe what the package is.
Yeah, what is it? It's Lego. It's
in a green wrapping. It has
6+. Okay, so
it's exactly your age.
Yeah, exactly. I'm 49, so it's wow, a guy with a heart.
So you open it from, let's see, you open it from the top here, like so.
Okay.
And what you get here is actually a unique Lego piece.
It says Ericade there.
Yes, so it's printed.
Thank you very much.
And if you look on the thing itself, the figure itself, it says Ericade here. And it says Ericade Radio on the back.
Fantastic.
There is no Lego piece like that in the world, I guarantee you.
No, how did you make this?
So we let's show it to the camera for Baron to see.
Yeah.
Let's see if we can. So here, it's mirrored.
Nice.
And it actually says Ericade on the shirt there, and on the back it says ericade.radio, which is the URL. It's really small, but still.
Nice. Wow.
So I struggled to find a guy that looked like you, but you use glasses. So I found one with glasses and
the same kind of beard. The beard is very correct.
Yeah, and the headpiece is like a worker's helmet with headphones, and I thought that was really fitting.
Yeah, perfect. So that's basic. That's supposed to be me.
That's supposed to be you, and you got some extra equipment in there as well. You can switch out your
violin and hairdo or some sort.
Yeah, if we can post perhaps pictures of this on the Discord. But this is, I just found I need a random head, so I got this guy with a, well, you don't have blonde hair, you have, well, white grayish. Well, you kind of have blonde hair.
Kind of what happens when you get older.
Looks great, man.
So you just gotta save.
Pretty awesome, man.
So yeah. So he looks a bit like you, and a bit like almost like Gordon Freeman with his
But Gordon Freeman doesn't have much to say, does he now?
No, he doesn't.
No, not really. I don't think Gordon Freeman ever has one line.
No.
Ever. There was a lot of waiting in line, but they actually have like a cool setup for creating your own a Lego piece, and you design it yourself. So I designed one for Retro Spirit, which is the site I run. So I have my own Lego piece as well. So it's I can guarantee you nobody in the world has that. So you should place it on your radio desk when you come home.
Absolutely, will do. But now it's time for music, and it's called Nipple Break by Darkman 007. was Teetow with Jacky Jazzbunny. You can guess what that comes from.
Jazz Jackrabbit.
Yeah, exactly. It's Jazzbunny instead.
Yeah.
Or a similar product, so to speak. And before that, it was Hellrazor of TRSI with Feed Your Chicken.
Yes. Once again, we're back. We're here live from Pogadata 2024 in Örtofte in Sweden. And we have been graced once again with a well-known and all-round nice guy that has joined our humble radio desk. He's the original founder of the Edison demo party that ran from 2011 to 2023, a highly respectable run of 12 years. Radiant, welcome very much to the show.
Thank you.
First of all, we would like to know a little about yourself. Like, who are you and how long have you been involved in the scene?
I'm 41 years old, turning 42 later this year.
Same as me.
Been following the scene since the early 90s. Basically started watching demos and made some stuff myself, but nothing that was ever released in any form.
Okay.
And it wasn't until 2004 2005 that I got involved in the scene proper, so to speak.
By a friend or just contacting?
I got to know people over IRC, and
so
they were nagging me to go to a party, and
right.
Yeah, I started.
Okay. So have you always been interested in computers? What was your first outing in the computer world, like your first computer and all that?
Well, my first contact with computers was when I visited, or my family visited some friends, and they had a kid my age who also had an older brother who had a Commodore 64.
Good choice.
And I was 5 or 6 years old at the time, I think, and that was like my first contact with a computer, and I was totally hooked from the beginning. I spent like the entire evening in front of that computer playing Jumpman Jr.
Ooh, a classic. So when I interviewed Wayland last year, the main one of the main organizers of Edison, I regrettably forgot perhaps the most important question, the history and origin of the Edison demo party. And I'm not doing the same mistake this year. So could you please tell us the story of Edison? How did it get its name and how did it get started?
So how it got its name, it was basically kind of a fluke. We had started an association because we wanted to organize a demo party in Stockholm. There weren't any parties in Stockholm back then. This was in 2009, and there hadn't been a party in Stockholm since 2006, and we thought that it's time for another party in Stockholm. And we named the association Evenemangsföreningen Demoscenen i Stockholm, or EDIS for short. And the exact details aren't very interesting, but autocorrect on a phone resulted in Edis Party becoming Edison Party, and we thought that Edison was actually kind of a cool name, so we just picked it.
Oh, so it was basically autocorrect that named it, more or less. How did you start the demo party, and how did it evolve over the years?
Well, like I said, we started out in 2009, but we didn't organize an actual party until 2011. Right. So a lot of that time was spent just like trying to find a venue we could use. And also we spent a lot of time doing demo scene outreach in various places. So we visited the LAN party at Birdie in Uppsala.
Yeah.
For example, they had a strong demo scene background and were interested in getting people, their visitors, more interested in the scene.
I believe demo party, the Birdie, is still running.
I'm not sure actually. They were planning to run this year, which would have been the first time since COVID.
All right.
But apparently they sold very few tickets and had to cancel.
Okay. So you talked a bit about you used the first years to find a venue and settle your bearings and stuff. How was Edison in the beginning? Like how the first parties?
Yeah, so the first party was quite different from how it became. The first time we organized it in a venue called Duvslaget in Sollentuna. So it was a small venue. I think the entire building was the size of the room we're sitting in right now. So not very big. And we had a hard cap on visitors. I think we had it at 50 people.
Okay.
So, but it wasn't a problem to get 50 people to come. So it was full.
Right. So the according to the interwebs, the Edison 2011 was held, as you said, in Sollentuna near Stockholm. The entrance fee was 250 Swedish kronor.
Yeah,
with breakfast included. And it supported all popular platforms, which was I guess a big draw because a lot of the parties focus more on a couple.
Yeah, so that was a thing that I was always very much into. I wanted it to be an inclusive party.
A broad appeal.
All the parties in Sweden at that time, basically all the parties in Sweden at that time, were mostly retro focused, and we wanted to welcome new school seniors as well.
Exactly. Yeah, because that segues nicely into the next question. What do you think the popularity came from? What made Edison Edison? It might be one of that.
I really am the wrong person to ask that question, since I saw it very much from the other end, so to speak.
But I think, as you said, the broad appeal of having more platforms and more categories.
There weren't many parties you could go to if you were a new school senior. You could go to Edison, or you could go to Compusphere in Gothenburg, whenever they actually managed to pull a party together.
Okay. All right, we'll play a little bit of music, and we'll come back for some more questions. And the next one is Farbi by /ATD.
Slash ATD and Farbi. You're tuned to Arcade Radio, and what is coming up is the second part of the interview, right?
Yes, with us on the radio desk we have Radiant, the original founder of the Edison demo party back in 2011. And before the song, we talked a bit about like what made Edison, so to speak. And when creating or setting up a demo party, I'm guessing there's a lot of challenges, right?
Yeah, many. I think that like the biggest challenge we faced was finding a venue. Really, once we found Eggebygård, that was like the major hurdle out of the way. So, but apart from that, I mean, it's so much that needs to be coordinated before the party and during the party. Really, it's a job.
Yes, when I talked to Wayland last year, he was really stressed out. He was running back and forth trying to make everything work, and just looking back at it, like live voting, setting up for, well, that was the TIC 80 battle, and live graphic compos and live music and all that. It's just so many things, so many signals, so many things that must work together.
Yeah, but he was always better at those things than I were. Back when I ran the show, so to speak, it was a lot less professional. But I mean, I still feel that I was mostly like just running around being stressed and angry during the entire party.
Who's the organizer? Just look at the angry guy running around.
Yeah, who looks really stressed and busy.
I think that from what I gather now, CNEX, he looks, well, actually he looks relaxed, I would say, but also a bit stressed, composed, I guess. Stressed and composed. Of course, Edison ran for many years, and through all the years there has been a lot of creations in various categories. Do you have any favorites or things that stood out that you remember? Wow, I really love that.
Yeah, for me personally, I think like the absolute best demo that was released at any Edison was probably In Memory Of by Fairlight on the C64.
Right.
It's to this day the latest demo made by Hollow Man. Apart from that, I also, of course, have to say Synkat by Wasa.
Okay.
It was. It became a meme.
Okay.
It was released at the very first Edison in 2011, and people are still singing the song from that demo at Swedish parties.
Perhaps we can dig that song out later and play it.
Yeah, that would actually be a good idea.
What was the name again?
Synkat.
Synkat. Like synchronized.
Yeah.
Okay. So, talking of creations that come in many forms, demo compos or competitions also have many forms and shapes. Do you have a favorite compo or competition that was run on Edison?
I mean, I kind of am an old school scener, so I always enjoyed the old school demo compo, especially, but I guess I have to answer like a politician. Each compo has its own unique merits, and we appreciated all the entries we received.
Yeah, yeah. We only covered Edison last year, but when I appreciated especially the live graphics duel, just because that might be an invention that was rather recent. I don't know.
Yeah, we didn't really do any live compos during my years.
Okay.
So I think that was inspired by the shader duels at Revision.
Revision, yeah. So just seeing people create things on the spot made for a really lively atmosphere, and of course, as you say, each competition and each entry in the Edison party is like a love child. It's unique in their own way. Lastly, we have some questions from the Edison Discord people. So Edison have their own Discord, and I asked around there if they have any questions, and I have gotten some from people I believe you know well. Are you ready for some hard-hitting and important questions?
Sure, hit me.
All right. So first off is Swarp. He says, do all great demos need to have your palettes in them, or europalle? So I think what he refers to is, at least most recently, a demo in the New School intro compo last year called Palmespore by Tazadum.
Yeah, I kind of get that this is Swarp asking this question. So he has a thing for palettes.
Okay.
I would say it's not a strict requirement, but it certainly helps.
Right. Yeah. Europalle, for those who doesn't know, DJ Daemon, how would you explain Europalle?
I guess PAL is a phase alternation line, the broadcast system for Europe, and I guess that's kind of...
Are you sure? I think Europalle is the construction you use in
okay.
The isn't it like a construction you put crates on top of it, basically? So it's made out of wood.
No.
Yeah, it's a warehouse thing.
Okay,
right.
I thought it was Europal. Okay, right.
Yeah.
You shouldn't have asked me.
And then we have a question from Frost, which simply asks, what album by the band Death do you think is the best one?
All of them. All of them are best.
Is a solid answer right there. Lastly, do you have any shout-outs to people listening and people in the scene? I mean, thank away.
It's really hard to single anyone out. Everyone who was involved with organizing Edison in any shape or form, that's you have my eternal thanks for being a big part of my life. Apart from that, I just want to say that people should remain creative and make awesome stuff.
I couldn't agree more. It's so fun to see here on Pogo Data and last year at Edison and all the other parties going on both in Sweden and elsewhere in Scandinavia and Europe. The amount of creativity and highly skilled people on really centuries old hardware is it boggles the mind. Thanks so much for taking your time to talk with us, Radiant. It was a real pleasure. And we'll try to dig up Synkat later on in the show. So thanks again and have a nice Pogo Data 2024.
Well, thank you.
Thanks.
is a journey into sound, into sound.
What would we do? What would we do?
This is a journey into sound.
Okay, that was Brandon Walsh and Comets Colliding. And before it was Wisniewski with Our Memories 93. And before that it was Maniacs of Noise and Paralyzed. And we also had Maze with Retrogroove Revival.
Yes. We just recently talked to Radiant, the original founder of Edison, and what a nice guy, huh?
Absolutely, yeah.
He has very humble and very kind, and thanks again for taking the time to talk with us. On the line we have Baron of Dubstep with us. Hey, how's it going?
Hey, it's going great. I was listening into the interview with last one here, and I have to agree, there is not enough Euro pallets that you can fill one demo with it.
Agreed. So we have. So last year we were the three of us live on Edison, and we had a segment called Mannen skuret, or the man behind the shed. And when I heard back the replay of that, I feel like you got you didn't get to tell the whole story. We have first off we'll just run through an excerpt, a clip from the man behind the shed during Edison 2023 first. So let's hear that first now.
You have a story about the coming song.
Yeah, I do. The song is called The Man Behind the Shed. Actually, it's in Norwegian, Mannen skuret. And it's by this artist known as Travolta. Travolta was actually the guy's pseudonym back in the days, back in 92 and 93 when he made these mods for Demo Party for Amigans. However, he runs with the moniker Svensania nowadays, and is still active making media. The thing about the mod, though, is that the name sounds kind of preposterous a little bit. It's about a man behind the shed.
Okay.
It kind of piqued my interest a little bit. Yeah.
You're gonna hear it right now. Yeah, that was the song. It was Travolta, Mannen skuret.
That was short.
It's a short one. Usually it was supposed to just loop over and over and over again and never end. The kind of fun thing about this one is it's one of very few songs that were tracker-based, and it's not techno. It's actually guitar samples and everything. It's, I would say it's one of the more interesting ones I've ever encountered.
And you have it as your ringtone, don't you?
Yeah. Yep.
So you have that when someone calls you?
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah.
I just love the song.
Oh, speaking of guitar, you have like Jogeir Liljedal and Guitar Slinger. It's not the next song, but we're gonna perhaps listen to it later. But that's also like a great use of guitar samples.
Guitar Slinger, I love that one.
Yeah. Who doesn't? It's a wonderful song. So, okay, so that's kind of what we remember 1 year ago.
Exactly, and since that time, you have had more information on that front, Baron of Dubstep. Tell us about it.
Yeah, so kind of funny thing. Right when we were broadcasting and we left the topic, I just said behind the scenes here to the rest of you guys, you know what, I'll just pass him an email and ask him a few questions and see if I can't get hold of a little bit more information about the man behind the shed and about the artist himself. Mm-hmm. Unfortunately, he didn't get back to me in time for us to do a follow-up, but I do have it now.
Ooh.
So, the kind of fun thing is, when I sent him the email, his first reply was, you know what, I had to read this mail twice before I saw what you were writing about, and then I started laughing. And this is like 30 years ago.
It's insane.
And that kind of piqued my interest a little bit. Yeah, it's actually that old, and it kind of made me realize that, oh my God, we're actually turning old. But besides the point, when he made the tune, he was around 15 years old, I think, like 14, 15-ish. And now it's more than 30 years later. And unfortunately, this means, for his sake, that a lot of the details and the finer points about the song and what inspired him then and there, where he got the samples from and everything, that's pretty much been lost to bad memory, I think. However, he remembers that he really did want to make a violin-driven song that was giving or communicating the vision of an old man sitting behind the house playing the violin, and or should I say, playing the fiddle, actually. And he was aiming for that sound, which I think he managed to do quite well. And I've been reading up a little bit on other sources as well, trying to figure out a little bit more behind the scenes and not publicly known information about the mod. And as it turns out, that mod, it was a one-off. It was just something just made for the hell of it. It wasn't made for any, not for any compo, no competitions, no scenes, whatever. It was just for giggles. So it kind of just makes it quite special for me.
Do you recall where you first heard it or first got it from?
Yeah, that's the funny thing. This was back in, I think it was January 1996. And I had a friend of mine. He gave me a floppy disk, those 1.44 megabyte floppy disks, full of fast tracker mods. And I loaded up the one that says Mannen ~1.xm. And just loaded that in and started playing it, and I had no idea what I was listening to. And I mean, like the preposterous nature of the song, when I looked up in Fast Tracker and saw the title there, I kind of instantly dug it from there on. But yeah, I got it from a floppy disk from a friend of mine, pretty much.
And as you said, like the file name was truncated, because back in the day the file systems only supported 8 characters, so there's tilde and 1 or whatever. So it just said Manne, and then Mannen, right?
So it was like the man,
the man. And you also got insight into that the man is not a creepy man behind the corner. It's actually just an old man playing an instrument.
I'm not sure whether or not we should exclude the creepy parameter here, but yeah, it's like an old man sitting behind the house playing a fiddle.
I mean, he might be sitting on his porch or ranch or something, so...
Yeah, or he might be looking like that guy we know from children's TV, like Skramman, and playing the fiddle behind the shed, scaring the shit out of people.
Exactly. So the artist was Travolta, right? You said last year he was Fred Svensania or something, which was another moniker of his? Svensania only. Okay.
Yeah, it's what he goes under now. He's actually a photographer, and he is or have been previously doing work for National Geographic.
Oh.
And if you ever needs professional photographing, I'm more than happy to say that he really delivers. So it's well worth investing the money if you tend to be down in Australia or somewhere.
Yeah, because he lives in Australia. He lives in Australia right now.
I think he lives in Melbourne.
Right.
Melbourne or Sydney.
I guess I can only start to imagine his surprise when a random guy from other side of the world sends in an email about something he created 30 plus years ago.
I'll read out the mail I sent him. Subject: Mannen bak skuret. Message: Hello. I'm reaching out to you because I've fallen totally in love with that one mod you made under the moniker Travolta. I was wondering if you could tell me a little bit about what the backstory to this particular tune is, and some details about the setup and sample you use. Hope to hear from you. Regards, the Baron of Dubstep.
It's so, and that's like a lot of the in the scene, right? You dig up some old info, and they might respond, and when they do, it's like jumping in a time machine, going back and try. Oh wow, how was that? How does that? Where do I even begin? So that's very cool that you got a response out of him. And the next song we're gonna play, I think we all know what it is. I think you, Baron of Dubstep, should introduce it.
Ladies and gentlemen, Ericade Radio presents from Påga in Sweden our brand new Mannen skuret.
All right, here it is.
There is something magic looking into a terminal window. Black as the night, with only the blinking cursor to keep you company. we're back.
Welcome back to Ericade Radio, coming to you live from Pogadata 2024. You just heard Rivendell by The Rev. Well, seeing that we're still in the summer season, I think it's time we talked a little bit about our favorite summer pastime, playing computer games. So, I was wondering, how did you pass the time during your youthful summers, DJ Daemon and Corius?
Yeah, well, I can tell you that I used to like Civilization and Wing Commander and Lemmings and games like that on the Amiga.
Yeah, I played a lot of games during summer, of course. Back in the 90s, adventures like Discworld, Duke Nukem 3D, of course, an FPS. Claw, more recently, released in 97. Some Final Fantasy, and yeah, Lemmings as well. That's just so much fun. What about you, Baron?
I had a thing for Cannon Fodder, amongst other things. I mean, that thing is just it just keeps getting better and better, like a well-aged wine. I also had the thing for Duke Nukem 3D, amongst others, and of course there's one. I'm not going to name it now, but I'm going to talk about it a little bit later. So keep yourself placed in those chairs, listening in. But one thing that I really did enjoy out of all these summer games, I have to say, it was UFO Enemy Unknown.
Yeah, it was a great game. Really, really interesting. It kept you captivated.
Yes, that's...
Yeah, definitely.
I'm 100% with you there. Just researching and enemy UFO alien activity in areas you have no reach over, and you just see them pass, and you just wait. At the end of the month, that country is not going to be happy.
No, and you lose money, and eventually the whole thing just falls apart if you don't protect the whole world against the alien menace.
So,
and then, of course, landing in a city that's overrun by aliens, and before you manage to get your squad out of the landing craft, suddenly you realize that you're dealing with Snakemen and Chrysalis. And before you reach turn number 2, all your soldiers have been turned into zombies.
Oh, yeah. That's the what was it? What was it called when a city got attacked during like an outbreak?
Alien terrorism.
Terror. Okay, it was a terror.
Alien terror attack. Yeah.
Right. So the you had to respond rather quickly, otherwise take the funding hit and rating hit of that nation.
Yeah. Yeah. The sooner you got it, the better you got off. But there were those where you eventually just had to realize that, oh yeah, these are snake men. I'm just going to let everything crash and burn in that region.
Yeah, because they were hell to take down, from what I remember.
Snake men weren't that hard to take down, but what really buggered me about them was that they had these support units with them called Chrysalis, which basically ran up to you from behind and injected you with some sort of poison, and then your soldier just turned into a zombie and became hostile.
I think,
and if you weren't careful,
I think
not going to go into details about that.
I think my memory of the Snake Man was that they took a lot of they had a lot of health points, and my soldiers couldn't hit for crap. So and Chrysalis, of course, they turn you into a zombie, and they can move really fast. They have no weapons, right? They just attack you melee distance.
Yeah.
So the
and the big.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, the big issue with them was that once you started out and they were there, you pretty much during the first turn, before you got to the second turn, they had usually turned over half the civilians in the city into zombies.
Oh, really?
And I think it was during turn 5 and turn 6, you had pretty much taken out everything that was civilians, so the entire city was lost to begin with. And every time you shot an infected civilian, it turned into a new chrysalis.
That sucks. I played the newer XCOM as well, and they have chrysalis, and they work in the exact same way. Much of that game, I mean, the gameplay was fun, but of course the music. The composer was John Broomhall. He made a lot of like tunes for other games. One my favorite is Transport Tycoon. Sawyer's tune. I know you really like Baron.
I love it.
And he also made for other for the other XCOM UFO Defense there from the Deep and Apocalypse. He made the soundtrack for and just the airiness and like uneasiness of where are the aliens gonna strike next, what's going on, and trying to keep afloat economic wise. It was very tense.
Yeah, it sure was.
So of course another summer game. Can you guess the game, DJ Daemon?
Well,
it's green.
Yeah, I know.
Runs
it's
fast.
Jazz Rabbit, of course. Or was it? No, it's Jazz Rabbit.
Jazz Rabbit. That's
yeah,
right.
I always get it wrong.
Yeah.
Jack the Jazz Rabbit.
So
sorry.
Yeah, the strategy was really fun and enjoyable. And just like you said Civilization, DJ Daemon, was it?
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know if that's a summer game, but it's very playable all time of the year.
Did you get nuked by Gandhi?
Yeah, actually I wasn't, because it's kind of hard to get to that situation. One is that you have to have him as an enemy during his turn into democracy. Mm-hmm. And that's when he gets wild and crazy and start nuking everyone. It's a bug in the game that actually causes him to become super enemy number 1 if you go into democracy. Mm.
You talked about it.
Actually read about that bug.
Yeah, I think you have explained the bug earlier in a flashback episode. So, but the short recap, I believe, is they subtract 1 from his
2.
2.
And he's at 1, so it's -1, and that doesn't work. So it kind of wraps around and becomes 255, which means he's a love child between Donald Trump and Kim Jong-un.
So that's suddenly he's nuke happy. Speaking of happy and games during summer, we're gonna head into what we've called a game block now, with a lot of music just from games. And we're starting with a favorite of yours, DJ Daemon.
Yeah, Turrican 2 by Chris Julesbeck.
Here we go.
All right, that was the illustrious Turrican 2 by Chris Julsbeck.
Leading us into the game block here on ericade radio directly from Pågadata 2024 in Örtofta, Sweden. And yeah, like I touched briefly on the music from UFO Enemy Unknown or XCOM Enemy Unknown and a bit of Transport Tycoon. And Civilization had some music as well, right?
Yeah, it was kind of interesting music.
And like there were a lot of good games that had great music. So let's talk a bit about that. And I think first off we should just go around the table here and talk about music that stood out and that you enjoyed from games that you remember. So how about Baron of Dubstep? You have any that you really recall and remember?
Well, it was this particular one that was called Star Control.
Mm-hmm.
The music there was it was amazing. I mean, just the samples and the fact that Paul Reich III and the other guy that I can't remember on the top of my head here, they made a competition for all the trackers available on a BBS forum somewhere, and asked them if they wanted to participate in a competition where the best entries would get a free copy of the game.
And featured in the game, right?
It spawned off some Yeah, they were featured in the game as well, of course. And it ended up actually being massively successful. It really worked out well, and you had some pretty amazing tunes that came out of it, which has been further resampled and remixed later on, making them even more amazing. So yeah. By the way, that's a game I would recommend everybody explore at some point, just to give it a try.
Yeah, I forget. Is there Star Control 2 has like Into Space? What's the name of the song? It's really iconic.
Hyperspace, Light Years Away.
Light Years Away, Hyperspace. Yeah, check that one out. I think actually we have it in our database. Perhaps we'll play it later. I see DJ Daemon is shaking as I'm suddenly throwing out a new song that's not on our list. But relax, we're not gonna play it immediately. I don't think, unless he can work his magic. But yeah. Star Control is a great example. I really enjoy that game. I haven't played it nearly as much as you have. You have played it as a religion, Baron. But what about
of course. I mean,
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
When you have a 2 meter by 2 meter star map that you have to unfold to see the entire star, galaxy quadrant you're in, and all the star maps, all the I can't remember how many different star systems it was there, but it was a ludicrous amount. And you could see everyone which were there, the sphere of influence of all the other races, where they were, etc., etc. You can see hyperspace anomalies where they usually spawn. I mean, it was massively strange, massively big, I mean, and also a little bit strange to see all of that. Especially to see such a big map like that featured in the boxed set of Star Control 2. But amazing nonetheless.
Yeah, I briefly played, not through, I just played some old Elite from the 80s, and the star systems in those games were infinite. And taking into account, like, this was on one of those floppy disks that's not 144. What's the
720, or on the Amiga 880.
Yeah, so it was one of those.
You mean 5 1/4?
No, 3.5.
It's 3.5, but it's half density.
Just it.
So
Yeah.
So it was like 720, and the game fitted on that easily, and it was massive. So the wonders and magic of procedural content. But I think if
was that the original Elite, or was it the sequel from '92?
I think it was the sequel. I think I tried the original, but didn't understand any of the controls. It was just lines everywhere. I couldn't figure it out.
Yeah.
So, if there's, if
want me to throw in?
Go ahead.
Throw in a little less known trivia.
Go ahead.
That game that you played, it was programmed exclusively in 68K assembly.
Yeah. It's impressive in its own right. And speaking of stars, if the stars align, are we able to hear some great music from the game Baron has talked about, DJ Daemon?
Yes, we can. I have actually found it and put it in. It's the next song, and it's coming right now.
That was...
Still is.
That was and still is. That was from Star Control 2, tune number 4 by unknown artist. And we were talking before the song about Star Control, but Baron mentioned a song called Hyperspace, and that was the song we planned on playing, but we didn't. So let's correct that mistake by playing Riku Nyottajärvi's Hyperspace from Star Control.
Absolutely. Right, that ended pretty fast, and that was from Star Control, the game.
Indeed. One tune that you have your Ericade radio has been around for a little while, and you have a podcast called Flashback.
Yes, Flashback, tracks from the past.
Exactly. And for those that doesn't know or do not know, the Flashback is a game from a platforming game, isn't it?
Yeah, very, very beautiful, and it rendered almost like you didn't know you could do such graphics on the Amiga.
Yeah, the Flashback was made by Delphin Software, developed by Delphin, and they pioneered something called the Cinematech engine, which was they used rotoscoping, which is they use the same technique in Prince of Persia, where you capture a real video of a person moving, and then you basically draw over that person to get very fluid animations that was unheard of at the time. And Flashback features a lot of those like very fluid movements. And I think you're just like in Another World, which is another Delphine production. You're sent into what's the story of Flashback? Do you know?
No, sorry.
Okay. Right.
I think the let's see if I can fire it up here just to get some.
Well, what I remember from the game is that you start out on an alien world and trying to get home somehow.
Yeah, it says the year is 2142.
Talking about Another World?
No, we're talking about Flashback.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. All right.
But yeah, you awaken in a jungle on the planet Titan with no memory of how you got there. And you have to explore your surroundings, and you come across a recording with a message made by himself advising him to find his friend in the city of New Washington on the planet, and things happen from there. But the reason we're talking of Flashback is, of course, that it has some good music, because we're in the game block right now here on Ericade Radio. And you've never played the main theme from Flashback, haven't you?
No, we never had that.
I think it's about time to, or high time to correct that mistake and play the main theme from Flashback.
Let's.
What do you think?
Absolutely. Short and nice tune. That was Flashback.
By Sean Baudelaw and Fabrice Viscero.
Yeah, it's a good thing you pronounce it, because I really can't.
I'm sorry if I'm butchering that pronunciation there. Now it's time for a history lesson and a technical lesson for all of us from Baron of Dubstep on the wonders of the Sound Blaster world, and something called the AWE64 Gold. Tell us a little bit about what that is and why it was so great.
Yeah, thanks, Corius. The Sound Blaster AWE64. Let's just clear out any particular misunderstandings about the abbreviation AWE. It stands for Advanced Wave Effects 64 bits. I have to begin with, I have to preface this by, this is the sound card that people love to hate. You will find usually that most people who know about this card, they will either divide into the lovers genre or into the haters genre. You really have nothing in between.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Me personally, I'm a lover. I love that particular piece of hardware. The thing about it is that it's a 16-bit ISA slot card, and it came out in two variations, namely the Value Edition and the Gold Edition. The Gold Edition was the one that I fell in love with, simply because instead of putting out like standard headphone jack receptacles and line outs, line in plugs, they slapped on an RCA phono jack system. So you didn't have any amplifier on this sound card. You had to actually have an external amplifier to pipe the sound signal through. This meant, of course, that you had some major improvements into the sound capabilities of the card. And during 1996 and 1997, when this card was released, the improvements from competing cards, it was noteworthy, to say the least. AWE64, it didn't necessarily feature the best sound bank for MIDI purposes. It had some rather good, I would say some rather good samples, but it wasn't the best. I mean, if you look at the MIDI tables themselves, the Sound Canvas SC55 pretty much beats it easily. But what made the Sound Blaster so much superior than just that, and made it compete on an equal level with the Sound Canvas system, was the fact that you had a mode that was called Reverb and Chorus. Mm-hmm. Essentially, those two post-effects channels, they were dubbed into something called Stadium Reverb. The Stadium Reverb, that's the intriguing part. They used gated reverb and gated chorusing so to enhance the sound to the point where it actually sounded like you were sitting at a big outdoors concert. You had the reverb, you had the longevity of the sound, and it made things rather intriguing. And with a slightly improved sound bank, it's not as good as it could have been, but it's still good enough. And coupled, of course, with a rather extravagant memory configuration of the sound card. I mean, sound cards back in that day usually had 256 and 512K bytes of RAM. However, this one actually showed up with 4 megabytes of sound card memory, which was rather unheard of at the time. Mm-hmm. And it's made it possible for us to actually see and hear these nice effects. So we're going to play you a little sample from these days, just so you can get a taste of how this sound card made the sound feel a lot different than what you usually could expect from sound cards at that time. I'm going to play to you Passport.mid, the classic one from Windows, but played on a Sound Blaster AWE64 Gold card. Enjoy.
Yeah, that was the Passport MIDI AWE64 synthesizer doing its magic.
Yeah, it was. So you said while I was giving the presentation here that you weren't really that much of a fan of the AWE64.
I actually...
But now that you've heard... Now that you've heard it, I mean, do you think it's interesting enough to actually warrant being considered special?
Yeah, I think so, absolutely. The problem I had with it is I didn't have the gold edition, I had the normal, and the amplifiers were really noisy. So much that they call it not Sound Blaster, but Sand Blaster. So that's my problem.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah,
I got the gold edition, so there's something to be said about that. The gold editions, you couldn't put in any kind of headphone jacks into it. You had to connect it to an external amplifier before you could put it into your headset, which took care of a lot of the noise problems. But it required that you had to be an audiophile to actually value the card itself. But we're not going to talk too much about the card. I was thinking of talking a little bit about a game where this particular card really does black magic to the sound and to the music of the game. You've probably heard about Descent, haven't you?
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah. I would say it's a truly amazing game, even considering the era it was made. I mean, it was an MS-DOS game, and during the time it came out, you only had like General MIDI, perhaps Roland Sand Canvas was out, I think, or you had the old Yamaha OPL2 General MIDI, which, in my personal taste, it was rotten beyond belief. But also, the Descent had... As a game, it was a 3D game, but it was a full 3-axis, 360-degree game. And I would dare to say it was the first game ever which had a full 360-degree, 3-axis, 3D rendering of the levels. That was truly unique, and it really made the game so much more entertaining. And it was the first time I really got introduced to the fact that, yes, you can become lost by being turned upside down. So it was lots of action and fun in the game, but I would say best of all was the music. On the old General MIDI systems, I mean, the soundtracks, they were awesome. I mean, playing them on even on OPL2 and OPL3, they were groovy. They really had that edge. It really had that special oomph that really made you remember the game. But the kind of intriguing part is that when you run that game on an AWE64 Gold platform, you get treated to that stadium reverb effect to a certain degree that really does some black magic to the game music, and you end up sitting there wondering, what the hell just happened? What the hell kind of... This isn't the game I thought I was playing. This is like... It took it a couple of levels more up into realism with both the slightly improved sound bank as well as the stadium reverb. And considering the stadium reverb into the genre of game, like you're flying into mine shafts where you usually would expect there to be echoes and stuff, that would have been... It just added more immersion to the game than I think that even the game developers were prepared for. So I'm not going to talk too much about the AWE64 or the game itself. I'm going to let you guys decide. This is the first level from Descent, the first level, and you're going to enjoy this piece of audible artistry. This is perfection. Enjoy.
Yeah, that was Tim Wright and Leander.
From a Amiga game where you control a soldier in like a platforming thing. You have to kill a dragon, I believe.
Okay, never heard about it, but it's a very beautiful song.
It is very calm, very nice.
Indeed it is.
So we were live here from Pogadata 2024 in Örtofta in Sweden, in the middle of nowhere, basically. And a lot of people have joined, and there's activity all over. There was some information earlier about when the compos start. You recall that, DJ Daemon?
Yeah, it's what was it? It was 19. Or
I think it was 8 o'clock.
It was 8 o'clock. 20. Okay, yeah.
20. So the main screen is showing some demos running either in loop, or I'm not sure how they select these, but they have.
I think they select them manually and they just go with it.
So there's a C64, which is connected to the display, and there's an Amiga 500 that's connected to the speakers.
Yeah, so you hear a lot of nice Amiga music in there in the background.
Yeah. And speaking of nice music, we're in the game block right now, and we're talking about tunes that just unforgettable. And we have heard Hyperspace from Star Control, a game that DJ Baron Baron of Dubstep loves. And of course, we're going around the table for games that now it's my turn, and I've picked. Well, let me start with the intro of a review I wrote for this over at the Retro Spirit. That's retro.gg in 2007. Wow, that's ages ago. And it starts something.
Hey, that's after.
Yes.
That's around the time when you asked me to start writing for you, wasn't it?
Well, I think it was a couple years prior, but I forget. It's ages ago. We write.
Sure is.
We write reviews for old games, and this is the intro for the game we're talking about now. It says, something evil is dwelling in the small village of Tristram. The few survivors tell stories that makes blood freeze and make your back shiver. The local cathedral is now the gateway to evil that lurks beneath. Sounds of screams, torture, and other horrible things are heard from far down the earth, or far below the earth. And down there is where you're going. The game I'm talking about is, of course, Diablo from Blizzard Entertainment in 1997. And it's an absolute cult classic. It rocketed Blizzard into what was already high popularity. They were, of course, known for Warcraft and Starcraft back in the day. But Diablo was sort of like a new foray for them. It's a hack and slash isometric RPG. You control either a wizard, a fighter, or a mage. Wizard, mage, or ranger. And you have to go down into a cathedral, many levels, to eventually meet Diablo. And I bet you all of us have played this game, right?
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah.
And
One thing that really irks me about the game is how big of a basement do you need in a church?
I think this is what the demons have made. They have been the contractors of this establishment and created an architecture that's unheard of.
So they reached into the church from the...
sign me up for them. Yeah, I know of a lot of government projects that would definitely use with that kind of digging capability.
So the interesting thing about Diablo, of course, is that it started as a clay animation game. So they had a clay figure with what do you call it? Stop animation. So you were a clay figure moving around, and that was not obviously that was a prototype just to make sure that does this approach to a gameplay work, and it did. And they continued on that path and eventually made what's considered one of the iconic RPGs that everybody during summer played when it came out. And one of the tunes you would hear most often was the town music. The town is called Tristram, and when you come back, you're giving a sense of peace, a serenity, and you can sell your loot and identify items and complete missions and get new ones. And I discover a bit on what's going on in the town and gather more of the history. It's Matt Uelmen who has composed the soundtrack for this game, and it's I can listen to it anytime. It evokes so many feelings. He uses guitars quite deliberately with like bendy guitars. What's the word here, Baron?
You're talking about standard like acoustic guitars with sliding and bending.
Yeah,
I think.
Yeah, and it has. He uses.
Do you mind if I shoot in a little slight observation about that?
Yeah, go ahead.
I mean, the thing is about those guitars in Tristram. If you take a little peek at one of Pantera's earlier songs, I think it's the song's name is "The Sleep." The intro to The Sleep, and of course the bridge between the last chorus and the guitar solo, it has pretty much the same eerie, calm tranquility before the shit hits the fan that you have in Tristram, and it's also the same tonal abridgings that you're used to from the game. That is something that really it really kind of fucked with my head when the first time, pardon my language, of course, it really messed with my mind the first time I heard the album after I played Diablo.
Mm-hmm.
Just a little thing for you audiophiles out there. Look it up. Pantera, The Sleep.
And yeah, it's iconic and like it's a peaceful tune in like a very dark setting with a lot of evil monsters and skeletons walking around, and the butcher is out to get you and all those kind of evil monsters. So sit back and enjoy what is arguably one of the best town musics for an action RPG out there. Here is Matt Uelmen with Tristram.
Yeah, that was the Diablo 1 and 2 soundtrack. Tristram. Yeah, I have a game I want to talk about a bit. It's an Amiga game, but it also existed for the PC, and I don't know if they had it on Atari as well. It's Wing Commander 1, the first one. I absolutely immersed myself into that game. It has enormously well done game storytelling and stuff like that. You start out as a rookie fighter pilot, and you absolutely get thrown into the war pretty quickly as you meet up and have your wingman. That is a person who helps you in combat. Yeah, exactly. So you fly out there and you meet the Kilrathi, which are a number of cats, which are kind of hostile.
Meow.
Meow, exactly. And you are going through a story where your battles form the game's historytelling. So you go out there and fight in this flight simulator, and you try to shoot down as many of their ships as possible, or other missions where you, for example, can help transporting a transport and making sure that it becomes blown to bits. The game is super fun, and it has interesting people that you meet. Your wingmen are kind of stereotypical people. I mean, the Belgian woman you start with is so French that you kind of have an idea that she's eating a baguette as she is fighting. And you have a Scotsman, and you have all that kind of thing. The game is interesting in the fact that it immerses you into it, or you immerse into it as you feel that it has enormous potential for simply telling a story that you want to join into the end of the game.
And like, what about the music? What's so special there?
Well, the interesting thing is that it follows the game. So if you are winning, you have a very, very upbeat tempo. If you're losing or you kind of get into problems, you get another music that kind of fits this.
Okay, so it's a dynamic approach to music in the game.
Yeah, absolutely. And the whole story ends when you attack the Kilrathi base, and hopefully you have made it until then without losing too many battles. Because if you lose battles, there are side stories that tells you how the system is doing.
Oh, right.
And if you win a lot of games, you get a happy story. And if you kind of lost a lot of missions, because the game proceeds even if you lose the mission, then you get a sad story.
Oh, so you can change the outcome, and it affects things that you not necessarily have a direct hand in. So the soundtrack is composed by 3 people: George Allister Sanger, known as the Fat Man, David Govett, and Mark Knight. And the last name I have heard before.
Okay, I haven't heard about any of these, but it's generally an interesting sound.
Mark Knight?
Mark Knight, yeah.
That's interesting name to hear. He has had his fingers into a lot of soundtracks.
He has composed the soundtrack for SimCity 2000, for instance.
Okay.
Wing Commander was one of his first. And then, let's see, Battletoads. We all hate that game because, well, love to hate. And he has actually composed music from... I love
Battletoads.
Duke Nukem Total Meltdown he has. Populous The Beginning, a game I played a lot. Theme Park World. Dungeon Keeper 2, great game, of course.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone. And also The Chamber of Secrets. The Witcher, Colin McRae Rally, and it seems like in his later, more recent times, is more car games like Micro Machines, F1, and Dirt, the Dirt Rally series. And he also has composed music for Turbo Tomato, whatever game that is, but sounds great.
That sounds like something totally up my alley. I'll give it a shot.
But you played it on the Amiga, was it, DJ Daemon?
Yes, absolutely.
How many diskettes did it come on? 4?
Yeah, I remember that, and you had to kind of flip them over, but it wasn't super hard. I mean, some games you just changing discs all the time, but it was well thought out, Wing Commander.
Well, didn't it feature like video, or was that a later Wing Commander?
No, when it comes to full motion video, the first one did not have that. It was just animated, but I had played later Wing Commander games, and then it had Mark Hamill, I believe, actually, as one person you could talk with.
Definitely.
So the production value.
Not only that, but
go ahead.
Yeah. I was going to say, back during that time, it was very common that they took like still shots of the actors, and they played the still shots at somewhere like, what was it, like 15 to 20 hertz, so that it looked like, and of course interlaced videos and every other line as a video. So you got the feeling that it was actually acting, but it wasn't.
Okay.
Yeah, like a fake or full motion.
Instead of full motion.
Fake full motion. Yeah, but it made you be able to get away with having, let's say, 4 floppy disks for that.
Yeah. No, I mean the Wing Commander, I barely played it, but from what I recall, you should play that game with a joystick, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think you can play it like mouse play.
It didn't support it?
I don't know, actually. I don't think it does.
But I mean, if you had an Amiga, you had a joystick.
It didn't support it at all.
So
you had to have a joystick on the PC.
Yeah. And the next song we're gonna play is not from Wing Commander. It's actually from a game called Waterworld on Super Nintendo. And have any of you played Waterworld?
No.
I played it at a friend's place. Unfortunately, I never got around to being allowed to borrow it. You know how parents was back in the early 90s. If you borrow that game, you're gonna bring computer viruses into this house. No.
But that's true, actually. I mean, the viruses were spreading like, well,
the
viruses.
Yeah.
On a ROM cartridge?
On a ROM cartridge? That's a bit hard.
No.
Unless it was a bootleg. That's a bit hard.
Yeah, ironically, you had those screen artifacts that happened if you had poor connectivity between the connectors and those poles on the connecting side of the cartridge, which made people think, oh my god, you have a virus. Oh my god.
Yeah.
I remember that when I was a kid.
How little we knew back then. But from what I gather, Waterworld on the Super Nintendo was a game that sucked hard.
Okay.
But there's so the Dean Evans has composed the soundtrack of this game. It's the diving theme, and in my notes here I've written what a remarkable tune from the Waterworld SNES game. The game itself isn't very good, but the soundtrack is an entirely different story. It has so many layers of comfort, solitude, and, well, overall just straight down retroness. In fact, Kotaku wrote an article about this game and its soundtrack and how stellar it truly is. Dean Evans is a master composer along legends like Tim Folling, Chris Hulsbeck, which should tell you something. This is a song you can listen to over and over. And if you recall this game, you might remember the diving theme. If you haven't, well, we're about to refresh your memory because here it comes.
Yeah, that was Dean Evans and Waterworld, the game, and it was called. This theme was called Diving.
Indeed. That was Dean Evans, as you said, that composed that from a game that's not very good, but Baron has told us that we should talk about when good music or music can save games that aren't very good. And how about you take it away there, Baron?
Oh yeah. Let's say, first and foremost, the music and the the soundtrack of a game. Usually people say that, oh yeah, it's good to have a good ambience to the game, setting the mood, etc. And usually critics tends to downplay the effects that music has into turning the game into a winner or a loser. Mm-hmm. I want to pull out a few examples of this. First and foremost, this is one of my first ever games that I got from when I was 13 years old. My dad and my brother got me that game while they got me a brand new computer when I was 13 years old, my very first computer. Mm-hmm. The game is from Sierra. I'm sorry, not Sierra. Lucas Arts. It's called Full Throttle. It's one of Tim Schafer, God rest his souls.
But Full Throttle is a great game.
That's not him. Yeah, it is just an amazing game. But the thing is, it's a soundtrack that makes the game. And with that, I want to make a little shout out to Keith Karloff and the Gone Jackals for making utterly at best, mediocre soundtrack that emphasized the game so much better than what it really is. Seriously, the music, you can say this and that about it, and if you listen to their album, which is called Bone to Pick, which has all the songs from the game, I would give it at best 3 out of 6 possible points on a dice roll. 5 out of 10 at best. However, when you listen to the music and you see the visuals of the game, those two, both the visual impression and the audible impression from music, it just kicks your ass into overgear, and suddenly you're immersing yourself into the most amazing big-ass history ever of a biker gang that suddenly gets caught up into like corporate schemes and whatnot. And I mean, it kind of romanticizes actually biker culture to an extent that I haven't seen the likes of yet to any other game. And I mean, just look at the game itself. Sort of like, yeah, it's Scum VM with a new look. I mean, everybody's played Scum VM. Scum VM is pretty much fun with, like, you know, like Day of the Tentacle, Maniac Mansion, etc. Everybody knows what that is. I mean, if you played one game, you played them all. However, with that particular music and that particular atmosphere it generates, it takes the game just so many universes beyond. Just imagine seeing Ben, like the anti-hero protagonists that you're controlling, sitting there on his motorcycle, riding down the desert not highways, but desert back roads, and driving down there saying, "When I'm on the road, I'm indestructible. Nobody can stop me, but they'll try." While you're still hearing Keith Karloff and the Gone Jackals singing. Oh, what was the name of the song again? Born Bad, like Born Bad, like the etc. Yeah, you know, I'm not going to sing, but the thing is, it's so bloody amazing. But the Gone Jackals isn't, and Full Throttle. It's not the only game I can say that about. I can say that about actually one of the games that pretty much will trigger everyone that's listening right now. Command and Conquer, the original Command and Conquer. If it weren't for Frank Kaplaki's soundtrack, Command and Conquer would not have been such a massive success as it is in retrospect today.
I mean, it definitely helped.
And that
of course, it gave an impression of like urgency and military warfare, of course. But even if you remove the music, it's still a fantastic game. It's not a bad game.
Agreed.
It is, but I mean, when you start out and you're getting attacked from all flanks, and suddenly Hell March starts playing.
Hell March is Red Alert.
That is it?
Yes.
Oh, ouch.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. Anyways, but it's still my point. Whenever you get any kind of music from that game and it starts playing, it brings you up. It was a bad example. Forgive me for running that one, but still.
Yeah. When you start the first.
Whenever you.
When you start the first mission and it plays Act on Instinct, we gotta have to act if you want the world to change or something. Just puts you into urgency mode of like we need to destroy something. I need to take down the bad guys. Speaking of bad, though,
and I'm gonna take.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm gonna take one particular example to the contrary. That goes the opposite direction. And I'm going to say that Dune 2, the Battle of Arrakis, or whatever the subtitle is, it is the precursor to the Command & Conquer series.
Yeah.
But it has one thing that I would say, the game music, it takes it up one notch, but leaves it at that.
It's Dune 2.
It doesn't go all the way like it should.
Dune 2, the building of a dynasty.
Thank you. Thing is about that one is the music takes you up one notch, but it doesn't go anywhere further. And I feel the game itself kind of struggles a lot keeping your focus and keeping you immersed in the game and in the story, because all you have is like the same soundtrack. Okay, you're peaceful or you're attacked. That's those two soundtracks it goes between, and or the briefing tune or whenever you're talking to your mentat. And I mean that just it takes it up from not having any sounds soundtrack whatsoever, but it leaves it like one level above that and does nothing with it. And the game itself could have been so much more if they had proper music into it. However, it is what it is.
Yeah. There are so many bad games that were improved with music, and I have one concrete example, a game that sucks hard. It's actually not. It's a side scroller more or less. You move you move both left and right, but usually you move to the right. Bit of Castlevania, like you have to move, or a Metrovania. Sorry, you have to. Go indoors and pick up stuff. It's Shadow of the Beast on the Amiga, and developed by Reflections Interactive in 1989. The soundtrack was composed by David Whittaker, and it has a lot of excellent tunes. But the game itself is it's bland. It doesn't carve any new paths. There's no really interesting mechanics in that game. I do believe we have Shadow of the Beast in the database. Can you check that, DJ Daemon? Just for.
Yes, we do. I thought that was Jogger Liljedahl.
It might. No, it says David Whittaker.
I think you're correct.
So it's David Whittaker. I'm checking my. Usually the source for Amiga music on YouTube is Kuoka77, and he's saying David Whittaker. But Shadow of the Beast.
If you look at the screen, you can see it says Jogeir Liljedahl in my list here.
Yeah, then it's probably either a cover or something. I don't know.
Jogeir Liljedahl was actually doing a lot of games music back in the day.
Yeah. But I don't think he did the soundtrack for this unless it's a cover. And I mean, can we just play a couple of seconds of it first, just to hear how it looked?
Absolutely, let's do that.
Let's hear.
Roll it, and let's discuss it afterwards.
Okay, that's about that.
So it keeps going, of course, and you're this. I think the story is that you
change between man and monster, I guess.
No, that's not Shadow of the Beast. That's a different game that starts with "Rise from your grave." What's that game? I forget what it is, but it's highly digitized. It's something like "Rise from your grave," or it barely sounds. But I actually confused those games. Altered Beast.
Okay.
Which is where you have been reincarnated half a human. You pick up pickups and then you turn into a wolf. But the Shadow of the Beast, it's you control Arbron, abducted as a child to serve as a creature of the Beast Lord. Now you have matured and discovered the horrible truth about the past, a truth that leads him on a trail on total revenge against his former masters. So there are like 13 different outdoor areas and 2 indoor ones where you hunt to face down your ultimate adversary. There's like over 130 monsters in that game. And music is composed, as we said, by David Whittaker, with a haunting and very high-quality soundtrack that the game is known for even today. It's...
you said David Whittaker?
It's David Whittaker, yeah. So it's wow. He's the man behind it.
Father, like son.
Do you have a game that's kind of crappy but saved by music, DJ Daemon? Do you have anything that comes to mind? Or do you want to play? Should we play the Shadow? We should play the Shadow of the Beast tune that we just played a bit of.
I think we should.
That tune, was it tune 2?
I see no problem in playing it.
Yeah, I think it was tune 2.
Do you want to hear that again? Okay.
I think. I think.
All right.
Up to.
No problems.
And then we'll give you like 2 minutes to think, and we'll come back and talk. Perhaps if you have a game that's saved by good music after. This is David Whittaker with it's Beast Shadow of the Beast play tune 2.
toalettpause.
Yes.
Yep.
We have talked about Alter the Beast and Shadow of the Beast. This was the latter one.
Yeah, and we're in the game block still, but we're talking now about kind of crappy games that are saved by pretty good music. And DJ Daemon, did you think of a game that's saved by music?
Yes, I do. Goals and Ghosts. That is a pretty tricky game, and it has a marvelous music, which kind of forgives the game for its extreme hardship. I mean, games back then were made tricky for two reasons. First of all, there weren't that much memory in the computer, so you had to kind of prolong the game by making it hard, so you had to retry and retry and retry. And the other thing was, many games were hired when you hired a game machine plus a number of games for a few days, and they wanted more money from that, which meant that you would hire it longer if you had to take longer time to beat the game, so to speak.
They could earn more money from you.
Yeah, exactly. But Goals and Ghosts, that is kind of where it's at when it comes to a game that is saved by the bell.
Yeah, it's a sequel to Ghosts and Goblins. It was, of course, released on the arcade first in Japan, and then on basically all the systems that could walk. It's according to Wikipedia, is known as Dai Maikai Mura in Japanese, which means the Great Demon World Village. And released first in 1988 on the arcades, and then imported elsewhere later. It was a commercial success, but I'll testament that a bit to, of course, the legacy. Everybody loved the original, but also the music, huh?
Yeah, absolutely. The music was the thing, and here it is.
Yep, that was the second level from Ghouls and Ghosts by Tim Follin. It's World 2 or Track 8, whatever you want to call it. We're live here from Pogadata 2024. in Örtofta in Sweden. The live compos start at 8 from what we were seeing previously on the screen. We're in the game block and we're discussing, well, old games, of course. And with me, I'm Corius, and we have DJ Daemon and Baron of Dubstep on call. So if we interrupt ourselves, sometimes it might be because of some latency with the call. But yeah, you said you had more crappy games that were saved by music, Baron, and how about it?
Oh, yes. I'm talking about, the genre called platform games. I mean, we have all played platform games, everything from Mario to the infamous one. I'm actually going to mention it just for the hell of it. It's called Luigi and Spaghetti. I hate that game, but that's besides the point. That game is, by the way, not what I'm going to discuss here. However, there's also a couple of other games that really requires a little bit of scrutiny when it comes to this particular subject.
Or patience.
I'm also going to mention some Nintendo games. And out of the Nintendo games, I'm going to mention F-Zero from the Super Nintendo.
That's a great game.
I'm going to mention Castlevania 4.
That's a great game.
What was that? It is. But the music, I mean, oh my god, the music. Holy macaroni. Do you have any idea? Yeah, you do. I know you do. But seriously, the music, oh my god, it's a masterpiece. Also, I'm going to mention and talk a little bit about my personal favorite, which is the one I put amongst the countless contenders as the best game ever. It's called Super Castlevania 4.
But is it a game that's improved? That's originally a bad game, but saved by great music? So without the music, it's crap?
Yes. Yes. I am going to explain to you why.
This I'll want to hear.
That it is. Yes. Okay, just for fairness, let's start out with that game. Super Castlevania 4. I mean, when you prefix the game Castlevania with the superlative super, at that point, it's usually quite inherently clear to everybody in the marketing department that you're reusing the brand, the marketing, etc., from the old original Castlevania game that was released way back when. On top of that, when it also has a serial number behind it, like it's Super Castlevania 4. Is there any doubt that this is a remake, another attempt at making another game in the otherwise used up genre at all? I mean, just judging by the name itself, Corius, don't you agree with me that it sounds very suspicious when it's called Super Castlevania 4?
I mean, a lot of the Super Nintendos used the Super to indicate that this was as an upgrade. It used 16 bits instead of 8, and that it was new and improved. And Castlevania 4 revolutionized the genre by adding, well, revolutionized the series at least for like being able to move your the whip in all directions. You can suddenly walk upstairs properly. You could cancel the jump, and innovative level design. So I think it already was a good game without the music, which just heightens the experience. So saying it's a crappy game without the music, I don't agree.
I'm not going to say it's crappy, but I will not say it's a great game without music either. I'm just going to say it's a on par average game without the music. But the thing is, yes, I can't deny the fact that they had this omnidirectional whipping strategy that made you use the whip in all different directions, as well as that spawning of the inherent this is not a bug, this is a feature thing called moonwalking
Upstairs?
up a set of stairs. Yeah. I mean, seriously, that is pretty much kick-ass. But anyways, it's a platform game, and there are limits to how much new stuff you can put into a platform game before it just becomes additional blurb in a platform game.
But at that time, there wasn't like Castlevania was a force by itself. Everybody knew Castlevania and what it stood for, and they added proper cutscene, moving cutscenes, built up just like with the Nintendo versions. They had like
it wasn't any particular cutscenes in that game. What it was like just scene. Okay, this is the map, and then like a progress bar showing you how far you've gotten from stage 3 to stage 4, and pretty much visualizing the travel from stage 3 to stage 4.
No, but what I mean is
there were no cutscenes.
But what I mean is there is like the introduction is like a animated the grave with Simon Belmont and entering the castle, and isn't it of course the entire starting section you walk up to Dracula?
It's just visual effects. In the point when you start out, you walk into the preliminary castle, and the castle moat bridge just closes behind you. And of course, where you had like the fences rise up from the soil and fencing you off from enemies, sort of like giving you a forced set, or should I say Zulu index perspective, so that you have two battlescapes, like one in front and one behind it on the screen, giving you a sense of a false 3D environment. And I mean, seriously, that was pretty ingenious. But you have to keep in mind a couple of things about Castlevania. Castlevania 4, or Super Castlevania 4, was one of the pilot games, or should I say one of the
launch titles for the Super Nintendo platform. And Konami, they went overboard trying to abuse the system by using as much as possible of the computing power of the SNES platform in one sitting. And I gotta say, let's look away from the music and just look at the visuals and the gameplay itself first. Mm-hmm.
If I'm going to be honest with you, a platform game is a platform game, no matter how much you can moonwalk up the stairs like Michael Jackson would never do, or moonwalk down the stairs like Michael Jackson never would do, or moonwalk on the surface as the straight plain surface like Michael Jackson would do. Still, that's a neat trick, but it's nothing that gains anything gameplay-wise. However, it's more to the point that if you look at the game itself, how it is when you play it, you realize eventually, looking away and ignoring the soundtrack and the sound effects, it's at best average platform game. Don't you agree?
No, I don't agree. I'm just reading what is getting praised for, and Super Castlevania 4 was the first to use the NES Mode 7 feature. It was notable for graphics and displaying effects such as multi-scrolling backgrounds, parallax effects, animated objects in the distance, and very complex and diverse use of colors and shapes in its levels. So it pioneered a lot.
Let me rephrase that. Look at the gameplay itself, and ignore music and graphics.
Well, it's I don't know. I mean the gameplay has been improved over all the previous installments, so it's a very tight and well controlled game. So and
it is.
Yeah.
It is, and to the rest of you guys listening, I have to say, and I really have to emphasize this, I effing love Super Castlevania 4. It is the favorite game of mine on the SNES platform, and it's no one near, no one above the epitome of what a computer game should be in my personal flavor.
All right.
I'm trying to be the devil's advocate here and say that without the music aspect to it, the game wouldn't have been as good as it were.
Well,
and let me get to the music part.
Well,
I'll make this.
Make it short.
I'll make this short. Yeah. The thing about the music is, once you listen to the music, they have pretty much gone the MIDI way of creating music. However, what they did, they created a custom sound bank of extremely high quality samples for the instruments they were using in their particular scores. Mm-hmm. And you're left with something that represents the computerized versions from 1992, 1993 of a fully philharmonical an ensemble playing the background music. And that by itself is so unheard of. It was so much abusing the power of the SNES platform, to the point where it actually degraded game performance just by playing the music. I'm not kidding you. Try it out yourself. Mm-hmm. If you get hold of a SNES platform, put in that cartridge, play it. And I would say at level 2, level 3, level 4, actually any level, you will see that the game starts slowing down and you actually get lag in the game. That's because of the music.
Yeah, a lot of games of the time had a lot of features that the system couldn't handle. But we know that you love that game. We'll call this segment Baron of Dubstep rants about Castlevania or something. But we'll soon end the game block here. But what's a game block without Jackrabbit, the DJ Daemon, huh?
Now you said it right, absolutely. So let's do that then.
Yeah.
Signify the laboratory level, a remix.
And the whole album is actually a tribute to Jackrabbit 2.
I love it.
With remixes by various Hungarian artists. And this one is the laboratory level, and it's very nice. Here we go.
I wonder, this game, Robocop 3, which you heard the main theme from, isn't that a crappy game that have been saved by music? I don't know. Nobody played it?
I think I've played.
I would agree with your assessment there.
So we finally found one game that fit the description and everybody agrees.
I guess. I played some of the Robocops, but I don't recall number 3. I think it's pretty good, actually, but I forget. I need to look it up, actually.
Okay.
So, yeah.
I'm going to throw one other game out there as well. Star Control 3.
Star Control 3.
Yeah, that's actually that game is not very fun. It has spacey music. I mean, I haven't listened to the soundtrack, but I know from reading your review back in the day that it's not something you want to play much.
No.
Okay, Star Control 2, not Star Control 1, of course. Star Control 2 is amazing with the music, with the exploration and everything, but without the music, it's just another top-down, two-dimensional exploration game.
Okay, we'll leave it at that for now.
Yeah.
So we've been through a lot of various games from Leander to Solstice and Stormlord and Descent and Flashback and Diablo and a lot. And now we're headed off to.
We even talked about.
There's a lot of games we haven't talked about, but now we're headed off into a different gear, which is actually artificial intelligence. And before we talk any of that, we were going to play a tune I made using that for this demo party, but the wireless network seems to have gone down just before, so we'll have to figure that one out. But like AI, of course, is here for everything, and also for music creation. But let's jump back back in time first, because music creation back in the day, if you wanted computers to help you out in an automated way, that sucked, didn't it?
It sucked royally.
I mean, there was a lot of software from Dance DJ who already had that already came with like segues and segments that you could just use. But that was not automated.
Yeah, that's what I mean by royally.
But one that I know you, Baron of Dubstep, have a lot to say about is something called Microsoft Songsmith. How about you educate all the listeners about what the hell that was?
Oh, okay. My dear listeners, please sit down, buckle your seatbelts.
We're already sitting,
because
so
you're about to take part. Yeah, you're about to embark on a journey of the thing that should not be, Microsoft Songsmith. So I take it everybody here has participated in karaoke at some point, right? Curious?
I can. I guess at some point. Oh yeah, of course, like Guitar Hero and Rock Band. Does that count? If it does, then I guess that's karaoke.
Yes, sure.
All right.
I'll be generous and say it counts.
Cool.
How about you, DJ Daemon? Have you been a part of or tried karaoke?
No, I have not, because I cannot sing. It's just easy to not having to show the world how little you can sing. I guess most people are kind of drunk, so they don't care.
In that case, I would say even more such a shame. You should definitely give it a try, especially if you're not a singer. However, with the concept of karaoke, it goes towards that you have a song track with the melodies and the choruses and the bridges, etc., etc. That's all defined, and all you have to do as a participant is sing according to that. It basically says, we have the melody, you only have to provide the lyrics. Mm-hmm. Whereas in Songsmith, it turns this shit around. Pretty much it turns it upside down and inside out, saying that you have the lyrics,
track, the vocal track.
Let us make the music for it. Yeah. Which means that you're about to say or sing or whatever, articulate the lyrics in whatever form you deem necessary. And you can set genre, subgenre, pacing, you can set cadence, you can set tone arts, etc., etc., etc. Of all possible. You can, I think, to some extent, you can also specify if you're going to go chromatic or pentatonic scale or whatever. And once you then read in your vocals, then the entire thing just creates. Good observation, Curious. That thing actually creates a best fit solution of instruments and songs to your
vocal
lyrics.
Track. Yeah.
That is, this is what I call generative AI perverted.
But what's the problem with it?
Of course. I will just say, how do you like? You remember back during the 80s, DJ Daemon, you had this band called The Police that had a song called Roxanne.
Yeah, absolutely, I know that one. But that's a great song.
Sorry, band called Roxanne with a song called Roxanne. Yeah, pardon me, I kind of botched that one.
Okay.
However, you also had Ozzy Osbourne with a song called Crazy Train. You all let's just take it that way. Roxanne from The Police. It was a rather interesting jazzy-ish tune, jazzy blues-ish tune. Oh, Roxanne, you don't have to put on the red shoes, etc., etc. However, with Songsmith, they actually took the vocal track of that song and put it through Songsmith with the most obnoxious options selected, where you have a bossa nova steel drum track rendition of that, a best fit solution based on the vocal track.
Yeah,
they did the same thing with tuba ensemble and Ozzy Osbourne Crazy Train.
You would get like mixes that didn't fit at all. There was a song like was it Motorhead that sounded like Mario Kart, and you would get something Billy Idol White Wedding. It's suddenly country or samba.
But it seems great. Is this bad? I mean, it must be fun on I don't know,
on an educational level. I guess
I'm going to say it was good. Not good. It was bad, but it was good at the same time. And to top it off, I mean, seriously, it took the most obnoxious choices of genre, subgenre, scales, and whatnot, and you had the most unpredictable combinations of all factors together for that particular vocal track.
Yeah, and the results
it actually,
were horrible.
to some extent, worked. Yeah, but it actually worked. Come on, you can't say that the tuba oompa version of Crazy Train doesn't work.
It's certainly entertaining. It's certainly entertaining. We can't play it because of copyright and all that. But what we can play, if we quickly jump forward in time, so Microsoft Songsmith basically butchered a lot of songs to a hilarious level. But artificial intelligence has come a long way. I wouldn't say Songsmith is artificial or intelligent in any way. And AI today is, of course, very well. People's perception of what it actually is and what it actually does is a bit flaky. It's not like it's some kind of sentient being, and it's not. It's working within a confined space and has its own, like, what do you call it? Yeah, live or like a language model or a model. So there recent times there's been like for image creation, but there's also been for music creation, and one of them is a service. Well, there are many services, but one of them creates pretty good music. There's Udio, there's Suno, there's Remusic, and there are others. But here I've actually so you can get the software to create the lyrics and basically everything for you. You can just click create and it goes. But you can provide the style, and you can provide the style, and then provide the lyrics and also the title, and then it generates a video, a music file, and artwork, just like it would for an album. So I put together a list of lyrics for Pogadata 2024, and put in, what was it, something like country and Celtic folk rock, and it should be upbeat, and the beginning sounds horrible, but it's joyful, I guess, and entertaining listen. So listen to the lyrics and see if you can make them out as we now play completely generated by AI, except the lyrics, which I've created. The song live from Pogadata 4. Here we go.
Oh, it's that time again. Filling up with some retrograde. Destination sweet and hot. Now let's go. We're doing a live for real show. Equip your checking headphones on. Get ready for that retro sound. We've traveled wide and far, but at last, Pogadata, here we are. A weekend of demos and retro vibes, to all sceners and to all tribes. Amiga, PC, and Commodore, to Atari, we didn't forget about you. A weekend of wonder, with shaders, graphics, and interrupt our ponder. Talented people into the fold, hacking computers that are centuries old. DJ Daemon and Corey's voices on the air. Retro paradise, let us take you there. Travel back to a much simpler time, ooh, where the bits were so fine. Checking headphones on. Get ready for that retro sound. We've traveled wide and far, but at last, Pogadata, here we are. A weekend of demos and retro vibes, to all sceners and to all tribes. Amiga, PC, and Commodore, to Atari, we didn't forget about you. Weekend of wonder, with shaders, graphics, and interrupt I ponder. Talented people into the fold, hacking computers that are centuries old. DJ Daemon and Corey's voices on the air. Retro
All right, that was something.
Yeah, that was live from Paul.
That was
yeah.
That was different.
bad and not great either.
It's not chiptune at all, of course, but it just felt like something we should play as a homage and celebration to where we are, which is Pogadata 2024.
But I wonder one thing: isn't there a risk that you just happen to generate a song that gets a copyright strike because it sounds too much like another song?
I mean, at some point, like there's no song in the world that has that text, so that's not a problem. But like the
Melody.
the melody, yeah, might be similar to other, but like then it's basically coincidence. The license when you create these are generally you have commercial rights unless you get. Unless you get copy strike.
Yes.
But no, it's.
Are you gonna commercialize that song?
No.
Why?
Why? Yeah.
Damn it!
So, but yeah.
You never know.
So of course this has come a long way, but.
But was that this Microsoft Music Smith?
No, this is Remusic service online.
So it's better, I guess.
It's not the same thing at all. So here you provide the lyrics and the style you want it to. In Songsmith, you provide the lyrics and then it just cooks up something random. Mario Kart with bossa nova backtrack sounds perfect for Stings the Police Police. Roxanne.
Yeah. You have to remember something about Songsmith. It is a 15-year discrepancy between the generative AI you have today and Songsmith. Songsmith, it was new and revolutionary in 2009. On top of that,
But
I mean, it was a showcase specifically the .NET capabilities of .NET 3 and .NET 3.5.
All right.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So it wasn't made for like success.
No.
It was made as a curiosity. I mean, it was released by Microsoft Research Labs, not by Microsoft.
Okay.
It was a proof of concept just for shits and giggles.
Okay.
Nothing else.
But fun fact, you can actually download it today, and it works on operating systems from XP all the way to Windows 11.
Okay.
So you can experience the horror today if you want. But I don't think you want.
With the same.
But I guess that
with the same look and feel as Office 2007.
Okay. Yeah, with those ribbons. What do you call it?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. With the ribbons.
The tabs or ribbons.
Yeah.
But we're here at Pogadata 2024. That's what it's all about. In Örtofta, Sweden. We're here live on location, and it's like a half an hour until the demo compos start. We also have planned, if you can get a hold of him, an interview with Landreth, which is coming up, and he's the founder of the first demo party in Sweden ever, back in April 1987. He has a lot of history, and he's been interviewed and written about in various datormagazines, computer magazines. So that will be interesting, and in that regard, it might be an idea for us to prepare a bit from all of us if you have questions and stuff, because this is a behemoth of knowledge, and we want to siphon as much as we can from him while he's at our desk. So that would be cool to see. And then we have let me check the program here. So we have a couple of more talking points. I believe we have new techniques on all hardware. So That's something. If you guys haven't heard about Quake in JavaScript, then I got a surprise for you. And then let's see. There's a new programming language called Tabloid, which is a clickbait headline programming language. That's also very entertaining. So stay tuned as we're getting taken somewhere with Elwood and Take Me There.
Creator with Actic-dance. You're tuned to the Påga Data broadcast, the live broadcast from ericade.radio.
Yes, we're here Örtofta, Påga Data 2024, somewhere in Sweden. It's close to Malmö, but it's in a remote place. But looking at this venue, it looks like everybody and their friends have joined, because there's a lot of people sitting around, working, hacking on their computers of choice. There are many different computers and old hardware on display here. I talked to a guy called Fix from Fairlight, and he has he brought his
Mega 65.
Mega 65, which is like a remake of the prototype Commodore 65.
Yeah, I saw a guy with a CD32, which is a pretty uncommon gaming console. Yeah, it was built around an Amiga.
Yeah, he was actually kind enough to lend us a screen that we didn't have to borrow after all.
Yeah.
But there's so much varied content, and it constantly amazes all of us here.
Yeah.
That guy with the Mega 65, he had turned it on and it seemed to work, but he didn't understand any of it.
That's the problem. Read the manual.
It was surprising, because like, if you're that invested in old hardware and go to the length of spending a lot of money on old hardware or
But the Mega 65 is brand new. It's an emulator.
No, it's a remake with, like, they remade using components that have the same capabilities and stuff.
Yeah, sorry. I mean, it's an FPGA.
Yes.
So it's emulated on a hardware level. Mm-hmm. But still, I mean, it's kind of a cool computer. Well, I don't know what you were supposed to do with it, because when you boot a C64, you go directly into BASIC. I don't know how this works.
BASIC Plus? I have no idea.
Yeah.
But do
you know the C64 BASIC? Do you know which company that made that? It wasn't Commodore. They bought it in. Can you guess?
Apple.
That was a good guess. It was another big company, Microsoft.
Oh, yeah. So when a guy from Fairlight couldn't figure it out how that worked, I'm relieved to not even start faintly understanding how all of that or hardware even works. So, bit of relief. Speaking of programming, though, there's a new quote-unquote programming language called Tabloid. Have you heard about it?
Yeah, you sent me a link to it, and it's hilarious.
Yes, the tagline is the clickbait headline programming language. So it's a Turing-complete programming language for writing programs in the style of clickbait news headlines. So you use keywords like you don't want to miss in order to print something. And everything that you print in Tabloid is automatically capitalized with an exclamation point added.
Because it's very important.
And functions are declared by writing discover how to ... with. So discover how to sum two numbers with, and then you define the function.
So basically it screams out like a headline from a dirty magazine or something.
Well, yeah, from like a news magazine, from how internet news has been since 2010, basically.
Yeah, exactly.
And when a function returns something, if it returns something, you simply write shocking development, and then it returns something, probably something shocking. And every program you write must end with "please like and subscribe." So it's actually functioning. It has an interpreter in JavaScript with booleans and number support and strings and all that kind of things. So if you guys are on the same website here, it's tabloid.versal.app. or just Google tabloid programming language and you can see. So you have something if you want to use an if and else, you use what if lies. That's an if else expression. End of story, that's an end of block scope. And you can declare a variable or assign one with experts claim number to be. It's hilarious.
It's hilarious, but of course, don't use it for real stuff because generally that's a kind of limited thing they put on top of JavaScript. I guess they just declared a number of commands as.
Yeah, they have an interpreter, so I'm guessing it just like does string comparison and evals the whole thing.
Yeah.
And it also, for true and false, you use totally right and completely wrong, which is very entertaining. I think the fun thing is that it says something like it's a programming language that you shouldn't use, more or less.
Okay, yeah, that's truth in all advertisement.
Exactly.
All right, we're looking into the music here. We have a number of things going on. Arachno and Gaidora with Ships Sinking Boat. Berserk and Kinetic. You're tuned to Ericade Radio and we are broadcasting live from Pågadata 2024.
That's right. And through the course of 2 days, we have interviewed a lot of interesting and talented people, and it seems like there's no end to interview objects and humble people. And now we are graced by a very notable scener to this demo party, and in general, as the next guest across our desk is, what you call a force to be reckoned with? I don't know. He's the founder of arguably the first demo party in Sweden, Furulund, way back in 1987. Welcome to Pågadata, Landret.
Thank you, and thank you for the intro there.
Before we delve into what is, without a doubt, a massive history lesson for all of us, could you tell us a bit about yourself? Who are you, and how long have you been involved in the scene?
Started off in the scene, or Commodore 64, back in 84, 85. And from that, I was active up to 91, 92, when I disappeared into the BBS, so then started to work. So I kind of left the scene for many years and came back again, discovered by Pågadata in 2017.
Oh.
So I had a huge gap myself.
Right.
And my primary contribution to the scene is more on, I was like a swapper back in those days.
Yeah.
And then, of course, I was told then later that the Furulund party was the first activity in Sweden. So,
yeah, it's an interesting piece of history, and like you go by the handle, you have gone by many handles, from the Wizard to Mr. WZ, or perhaps
which is a short of Wizard.
Wizard, right?
Yeah.
And after your time in Reagan Cracking Service, you changed to Landreth, which is one of the authors from a book called Out of the Inner Circle, a hacker's guide to computer security.
Correct.
You kept this nick until this day. Why is that book so special to you?
It was one of the first books around hackers and hackers community.
Right.
So it kind of struck into me like to be honest, that was a cool reading. And then at that point I wanted a new nick, and I thought Landlord was kind of cool.
Yeah.
So I just picked that one.
Kept it.
Yeah.
Exactly. Of course, we're here and kind of come away from the fact that Furulund was the first demo party in Sweden, and behind us here they're starting the demo showing. So we'll make this quick. But as I said, we kind of come away from the fact that Furulund was the first demo party in Sweden. How did Furulund come to pass, and how did you start this demo party? Why did you start this demo party?
It was really that we heard that there's been a similar, like a more closed event by West Coast Crackers and SOS, and then we felt, well, that was a closed venue, and we wanted to have something similar. So we were like a small group of people that want to have our own party, and at that point, you need to remember we were very scattered, just small. In my town there was like a handful of people active on the Commodore 64s.
Right.
But with this first activity, I think we were like 25 people, and the second one we were 50, 60 people, and then it just spun on. On the last one, I believe we were like 350 people.
Holy hell! So the first Furulund party was held in April '87, and then just few weeks later, the second one. And was it easy to assemble people? Was it so popular that they immediately want to do it again?
Yeah, but that was the purpose, because everybody felt that this is really a fun thing. And so everybody said, can we do it soon? Yeah, and then we just talked about it, and then the next time we have double the amount of people there.
Right.
And you have to remember, all of us were like 14, 15 years old.
Exactly.
And I can just think about today, if somebody, a 15-year-old kid would come to his parents and say, can you drive me to somewhere they'd never heard about, and I can stay there for the weekend? So with today's stand, I think it's kind of amazing that we were allowed to do that kind of stuff.
Yeah, exactly. Because the definition of a demo party today, that wasn't really what this was back then, right?
No, I mean the first 2, 3 were copy parties. To be honest, it was with the fourth one, which we held at the Solbacken, also in Furulund. That what we call a hacker conference, because we wanted to change it into something more like let's produce something. Right. So I truly believe it was one of the first like proper demo parties where we actually got prizes, voting system, and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah,
and that's how that spun off.
Right. Because the first one was basically like creating backups and swapping software, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
And like, what phase or challenges did you face hosting such a party? Were you structured enough when you were so young, or was it basically a meet and greet?
It was a meet and greet, and remember all the issues always were electricity. Everybody was jammed into one socket. So it usually spent a few hours to figure out how to get the electricity grid to work in a proper way.
All right.
So everybody jammed the computers into one socket, and then it just blew the fuses.
The fuses and circuit breaker. Okay, we're gonna play a song. We're gonna play a song here, and something is happening. I'm not sure what it is, but it's there's a voting paper for demos that we're getting live here. But we will continue the interview, but we'll play a song, DJ Daemon, and the next one I believe is let's see, it's Maze and Desperate Dreams, is it not? So we're gonna play a song here and come back to Landreth in a quick while, but first we're gonna listen to Maze and Desperate Dreams.
competitions in this Pogadata venue has just started. We can hear them in the background. But we have an interview to complete.
Yes, across the desk we have Landreth, one of the founders of, or the founder of the original and first demo party in Sweden at Furulund. And before the song we talked a bit about how it was hosting a demo party and if you were structured enough. And according to my sources, after the third demo party, you gained the attention of the press. A magazine called Datormagasinet, a computer magazine basically, detailed you as a group of pirates, the true face of the pirates, so to speak. How was the culture and views of pirates back then, in a time when so few really knew computers, or actually knew them? I mean, pirating and swapping has always been illegal. How did you justify holding these parties? Was it you do not care, or just showing the society we rule?
No, as I said, the first 3 small parties, they were copy parties, by no means. No excuse said about that. But that was also the purpose why we changed the theme of the party, the 4th and the 5th. We call that Hacker Conference. Or that could be today Hackathon. So we wanted to change to the impression. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. We did invite companies. There were a few smaller that came. We also we got sponsors. Even Commodore actually gave us T-shirts and stuff to the prices.
Cool.
So that was interesting. We wanted to change. And that was also, we said, no copy. We knew people did do it anyway. But we then had music, pictographic competition, etc. So we did the shift.
So yeah, the main focus wasn't swapping software, but showing the artistry.
I would say that at that point in time, BBS is, all that has evolved so fast. So, that wasn't really necessary. The first one was hard to, let's say, swap.
Yeah.
So we met.
Yeah, exactly. Obviously, asking you how things were 30, 40 years back is a hard question, but do you recall some of the things of how they were back in 1987? What kind of hardware did you have? What was the popular computer, for instance, way back?
My first computer was a Dragon 32, a Welsh computer, and then I moved on to the Commodore 128. Because at that 82, everybody was very, not everybody had 64s or big 20s or Commodores. It was very scattered. So up in 83, 84, then that's where everybody were moving to Commodore 64s in Sweden. So of course everybody moved on to that. So when I got rid of my Dragon 32, I was kind of the odd kid in the block having that, computer.
Dragon 32, I think I never heard of it.
Motorola 6809E CPU.
Okay.
It's a blueprint copy of TRS-80 10 computer.
All right. Okay. Made by who? The company?
The Dragon Data.
So the Dragon was Dragon Data?
Yeah.
Okay. We got a question here from DJ Daemon. Why was your group called the Reagan Cracking Service? What was the source?
I think at that time the Reagan era was very strong, and I think we were influenced from the U.S. culture and Reagan. And I think a few of the older members just felt he was cool as a president.
Oh, so homage and honor.
So it wasn't really, exactly. And initially the group was called Ronald Reagan. And it got shortened down to just Reagan. CS.
Okay. Let's see here. Another question. I heard that the demo scene back in the day was tough, and you had to show or prove that you were not a lamer. Is this true?
Yeah. You needed to show that you can produce something, whether it was graphic, music, or coding, preferably. Swappers. I was maybe not the highest rank, but I was more like an arranger. I arranged stuff, connected people. I was a fixer. That's really how I see it back in those days.
So it was like a rank system.
It was.
More or less. But like which is completely opposite of how it is today. I mean, it's the demo scene culture is very inclusive, and whether you're just coming to attend, cheer people on, or create stuff, or even just help in creating anything, is shared on.
I mean, it's really sharing and caring now. I mean, there are a lot of new people even here today at Pogadata that started off like a few years ago, started to do coding and etc. So we are seeing a slow, let's say, younger generation coming into the scene. And also when you talk with young people today and tell them about this activity, they were like, wow, really cool. They get inspired about it.
I actually talked to Trident last year from Fairlight, and he had a younger man with him, and I asked him if he also was in Fairlight, and he said, no, that's my dad. So that was pretty cool. So it's cool to see that there's some like infusion of new blood.
Yeah, there is.
So Pogadata here in Ørtofta, and we talked a bit earlier of like, what are you doing when you're here? And you said you brought some equipment. What have you brought here, and what are you doing?
I'm more tinkering around with hardware. So for today's video, I brought along a 60 clone board that I soldered up myself. So I built a copy of a Commodore 64. Wow. So that was a fun activity, and that also you learn a lot about hardware. There will always be an issue, and then you need to find the issue. So that was my little project for this meeting. I wanted to build my 64, make new ROMs and all that kind of stuff.
And showcase it to people,
exactly.
Of course. Do you have like an electronics background, or just interested in...
Interesting and self-taught. And this gave me a lot of learning and knowledge,
Excellent.
So that's the benefit with the 64. It's very constrained, limited, but that also gives you opportunity to when you dive into it, you can really, dive in and learn the machine in a very nice way.
And the people around you are really there with you. Like that they understand and appreciate what you're doing.
Exactly.
And that's so what is it? Givende is the word. Rewarding.
Yeah.
Before we end off here, any shout-outs to people or sceners you met over all these years? Anyone you want to mention, or any shout-outs you want to give?
Oh, that was an interesting. There are a lot of new faces. Every time you come to a Pogadata, you always meet some new people you haven't seen, and I think that's just a great thing. Yeah, exactly. But it's also there are a few scenes like end of century that I haven't met for many years, and I was actually trying to get them to Pogadata this year from France and Norway.
Oh, right.
So hopefully next year.
Yeah.
So I'm sending them pictures, guys. You're missing something great here.
Yeah, that's very cool. I actually saw we saw DJ Daemon a car from Norway the other day. So there are other people from other countries here. Of course, Denmark is represented. I believe CNext, which we interviewed yesterday, he said that also some Germans. But I haven't heard any German yet.
No, not really.
But yeah. Thank you so much for your time talking with us while the demos are blasting in the background. Before we let you go, though, do you have a favorite tune or a song you want to hear?
Oh, definitely. My absolute favorite is Rasputin with the master seed himself, Rob Hubbard.
Rob Hubbard. That's he's so talented. Thank you so much for taking your time to talk with us, and enjoy Pogadata 2024. Man.
You too, guys. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. And our next song, of course, is Rob Hubbard and Rasputin. All right, we have come to the end of this fantastic journey. Pogadata 2024 will go on for a few hours more, but we have to say goodbye for now.
Yes, soon we'll head off the airways. But before that, we've covered more or less 2 days of Pogadata 2024. Behind us here is the Sid compo. So Fegelhus has played his tune. It was West Sid Story. Then it was Radiant with No Timeline Depression. And the next one is Syra Paug or something, which I have no idea what it means. But yeah, and we got like a voting sheet. It's very analog.
Yeah, paper, real paper here.
Real paper. So they're going old school. But yeah, I mean, we've been through a lot of interesting segments, I think. We talked to a lot of very nice, humble people from CNX, the Orgas, all the way to latest and greatest Landreth, the founder of the original first demo party in Sweden, which was basically a copy party from what I gather.
Okay.
We talked with Baron of Dubstep. He was on call with us, where we discussed both old games and a bit of new games. We touched a bit on what is arguably the best Super Nintendo game according to him, Castlevania 4. Or is it? We don't really know because it was swinging back and forth. But we have to listen to that in repeat or replay, right?
Yeah. In a few weeks from now, this whole broadcast is going to be out on YouTube, so you can listen to it with chapter. So you can
like time
jump.
Codes.
Yeah, exactly. You can jump where you want to go.
Yeah. So look forward to that. Of course, we're thankful for the people here giving us space to host this radio show. So thanks to CNX and all the organizers. Well, he is the main and only organizer, but all the kind people just helping out, and we got some tune requests from the side. We got that barbecued rullkaka, which is like a rolled cake. I'm not sure if that's something I'm gonna ever eat again.
Nope.
But it surely was something you experience at least once when on a Poga demo party. So they have a barbecue outside and stuff. And yeah, we had been through also a lot of discussion topics on the man behind the shed.
Mannen
Skuret. A bit on the tabloid, a weird programming language, a lot of interviews, and AI even. We made a music with on a tune with AI, which even though it ended up being country, I found it was pretty catchy in the end. Even Baron of Dubstep liked it. That's saying something. So yes, but thanks to everyone who's been talking to us, helped us out, and it's been a very fun and interesting event. Even though it was a bit hard to get there, right?
Yeah. It's a lot of a journey with buses, with trains, and with planes, and pretty much. It's amazing to come here. So
next year, where are we going then?
I don't know. We'll see.
We'll see. But thanks everyone for listening, and those on Discord sending us questions to ask the people that we're interviewing here. We didn't get the time to talk about Quake in 13 kilobytes of JavaScript, but that's a thing. But we did get through a lot of the compo information about the compos and talking to a lot of people, so that was very fun. But now we're gonna wrap it up. I know that a lot of people actually have been following and listening and talking about us. I got some messages on like, yes, we can hear you. So that's fun. So shout out to all of you. Hope you enjoy the show, and hopefully we'll be back next year. We don't know, right?
Yeah, no, we'll see. We'll see.
Well, but just relax. We'll inform you way in advance if and when that is happening.
Absolutely.
And with the applause in the background, we're checking out from the live desk here with a classic. There's no way around it. So from all of us here at Pogodata and Örtofta, Sweden, and Ericade Radio and the Retro Spirit, thanks for listening, and we'll see you perhaps next year, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So we're ending off with Firefox and Tip-Off Phenomena, Musiklinjen.
See ya!
Bye-bye!